Now I see it where it says, "I think you're muted." Oh my god. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Welcome, everybody. I have a lot to do this week. I was talking about all I was doing. Man, I should like look ahead, make sure people can hear me and see me. Thanks for telling me. Good morning. Hope you all have a good weekend, but a rough week. I ended up being an author vendor at my city's book festival. Sold a lot of copies of Culinary Confessions. Oh, congrats, Joanne. That's awesome. It's an author vendor at my city's book festival. That's really cool that they have a book festival there. We have like nothing here in the Panhandle. Like, woohoo, Joanne. Love being a vendor. Planning to revise chapter 26 of Project Sugar and Spice, warm brunch, and join a few more writing sprints to finish the chapter sometime this week and get some work done on in between. No, it wasn't you. It was me. It was me. Hi, Laura. Yay. It was me. I don't know why I had it on mute. I don't know why I had it on mute. I can't figure out why I would hit that button, but I guess I did somehow. Right, it was such an amazing experience planning to see what other author events I can vendor at. No, it's not just you. I can't hear either. It was me. And good morning. Really, to be productive. And I was talking about productivity. Well, I was in my opening statement there. I have a lot that I'm doing this week. I split all my tasks up to like 2 every day, but like Wednesday, for those who've been here for a while, Wednesday I'm not going to be here. We have an IEP meeting at my son's school, and those usually last like 3 to 4 hours. Like hoping it doesn't last that long, but it never does not last that long. So I'm going to be brain dead, so I won't be here on Wednesday. So I just have a lot going on. I have a book coming out the 24th. I have another book coming out May 4th. I need to get the May 4th book up on retailers. When do I have that by? That's tomorrow. So that I can get that pre-order link to put into the book that's coming out on April 24th, which is next week. Then I have to get ARCs ready, and I just have so many things to do this week, all for the revision and publishing checklist that I have. And at some point, I also need to revise and edit the reader magnet that I wrote for the second book that's coming out May 4th, and then get that uploaded where readers can download it once they read the book, and then go update the email automation with that link. I already built the email automation. I did that a while ago. I did it for all 8 books. They're all in one automation. They just have if then. What do you call that? Like if it's this, then go here. If it's that, then go here. Type of they call it something in MailerLite, but I don't remember what it's called. Hugs. Yay. Congrats, Joanne. We need to fix the empty book panhandle things. I know. I wish we could. And thank you to Laura from Joanne. My first task is AWC post and blog. My brain fog has lifted. Finally. It's only been 2 months. I mean, maybe you just need that, just to let that happen. I don't know how much self-care you actually did, because I know you were really, really busy. I was like, maybe you need some self-care, but I don't know if you had time for that. Here's a link to be an author vendor at the Love Y'all Fest event, author conference. What state is that in? I don't remember what state you said you were in before. Applications close at the end of May. I'm trying to think. Something's happening in May. I don't remember. I have to edit a short story. I've been putting it off as long as possible. Why were you putting it off? Like, do you feel like you have a lot that you have to do? I don't know. I did get I got another reader magnet for the series. So this is for cold readers. So the reader magnets that I'm talking about for each book, those are for warm readers, possibly hot readers. I don't know. I know that the people who usually like my stories, they've already gone and downloaded, like my arcs for like the Florist Budding Desire. They went and downloaded the chapter before it even was published. So I was like, okay, that worked. So we'll see how this goes here. But yeah, so I need I thought about it. I was like, I need a cold reader magnet. So I want to get, story to get people into the series. So I finished revising and editing it. 2 Fridays ago, I had brainstormed it, wrote it, did outline on Saturday, started writing on Sunday, finished it on Monday. That was last week, Monday. Then I set it aside. Then Friday I went in, revised. And then Saturday, I know I edited. Did I also revise? Yeah, I did revise a little bit more and then edit on Saturday and then sent it out to my Omega readers. So I think it's Atlanta, but let me check. Oh yeah, that's actually not too far away, but it is kind of far. I hate driving in Atlanta. I don't like driving as it is, and it's really busy in Atlanta all the time. I guess it's so thrown off when my schedule is disrupted, i.e. Cleveland. Yeah. I'm kind of like that too. Yep, it's Atlanta. Okay, awesome. I really hate editing. I just want to move on to the next book. I'm the same, Laura. I love the brainstorming and drafting. I could stay in that phase forever. And editing and revising is my jam. And I know, I think, Laura, you and I were kind of like the outliers because most people or a lot of the writers in this community, at least here on AuthorTube, it feels like they prefer to revise and edit over drafting or brainstorming. My girlfriend from college, that we switch editing projects. So I edit her books and she edits mine. She actually does not like the drafting at all because she says a blank page like gives her writer's block. And it's so hard to get words down on the page. But once they're there, then she can do something with them. And that's the part that she likes. And I'm like, I don't feel that. I never get that feeling of looking at a blank page. It not that I get the feeling of like, oh, I'm so ready to go. I'm ready to get this done. I mean, I don't really face a blank page often because when I do brainstorming and drafting, it's through the text speech texter program. I think it's called speech texter. Yeah. So yeah, I don't often face the blank page, but I'm never short on ideas. I've always said that I have way more ideas than I have time to write them. I hope I can write them all, but I don't know if I have enough life left in my life to do it. Here's the organization's IG page. Thank you so much for sharing that, Joanne. That's my favorite part of writing a book. The revising and editing. The planning parts. But yes, I love the planning. I've been planning this 8-book series since last year. And I put it all away somewhere. Then I concentrate on getting my novel done, which I finished it in December. And then when this year I came back, I was like, where did I put those documents? I can't find them. I couldn't find them. I was like, oh, well, I'll just go back to brainstorming it again. I was actually happy with it. Then I found the documents. But it was okay. I think that my second brainstorming session on it was really, really good. And I've got, 30,000 words so far just in brainstorming on the series. But it's 8 books, so it has a lot. I've already figured out all the protagonists. I think I'm going to do a point of view in these ones. I say novel. I was aiming for short story at first, and I thought, well, the fantasy story is really too big to fit into a short story. Like the short stories that are coming out this year, they're all in a series, but they're all standalones. There's no overlap. It's brought together by theme, basically, and the setup of the story structure. But the one that I'm planning, I think I'd love to start writing it this year, but I'm still don't really have the time for it. I just brainstorm on it. If not, I'll start writing it next year. But where did I go? Oh, that one is you have to read it in order because it's all toward one goal. And I was like, okay, this is not going to finish a short story. Maybe novella. So I've been telling myself novella recently. But the more brainstorming I do, I'm like, these are going to be novels. I have a love distrust for Atlanta traffic. LOL, but it's so close. Yeah, it's close to you. Closer to you than me, I think. Yeah, because Alabama is right above me. I have to go like east and then north. Yeah, I think it's closer to you. Oh, and I found another paid opportunity for writers and authors is to have their published book turned into an audiobook. Oh man, I also spent this weekend finishing off the audiobook for A Curse of Wings and Gems. So now I have A Curse of Scales and Feathers and A Curse of Wings and Gems done as audiobooks, like audio recorded. Oh yeah, and the Florist Budding Desire, I finished that too because that was only 18 chapters. I finished that one on Friday, I think. But now I have to edit them. We're like, I don't like the editing process, even with the audio. And I was like, I don't know. When are these going to come out? I don't know. I'm like, there's part of me that's like, Shanon, you just need to take one week and dedicate it to getting your editing done. And you'll get it. You'll have it. And I was like, it'd be nice if I could have it before next Kickstarter, which is going to be like September or October. I was like, am I really going to be able to have time to dedicate a whole week to it? I don't know. I followed that page. Thanks for sharing, Joanne. And you're welcome. Fingers crossed we get in. I'll be at an event this weekend in Port Charlotte, Florida, and Heather Pickett is going to meet me. Pettit? Heather Pettit? Heather Dewey Pettit, maybe? I don't know who Heather Pickett is. I think that's probably who you meant. But yeah, because I know she lives in Tampa, I believe. In Charlotte. I don't know where Charlotte, Florida is. Port. That means it's probably on a coast. And it's not up here in the Panhandle. So I think I'm pretty familiar with almost everything. Stinking autocorrect on my phone. Yeah, I figured it was something along those lines. Hi, Paige. How's it going? Good morning. Happy Monday to you, too. Yeah, that's so cool. Wait, I think she meant, well, not her, but, she had put it, but the autocorrect changed it. Heather Dewey Pettit, or Heather Pettit. Can't remember. I know her channel name used to be Heather Dewey Pettit, and then she changed it. I think she changed it something. Port Charlotte's about 2 hours south of Tampa. Oh, that's a bit of a drive then. But I'm sure you're going to have fun. This weekend? Oh, that's going to be amazing. This weekend, I'm going to a romanticy conference. I told myself I wasn't going to go to any, but this one's online. And they're very, like, I've only seen one other romanticy conference, and those are in person, and they cost lots of money. So this one only costs $99. Actually, Deshley shared the link with me. And he told me to share it out. And I forgot. But that's on Sunday. It's just about 4 hours. But yeah. Okay, need to go back to work. I'll keep this up for watching. All right, sounds good, Joanne. Thank you for being here. Hope you have a great time. To Devin, probably. All right. That's the last comment. Let's go ahead and get started. 1 hour on the clock. If I find the right tab. There's the right tab. And good luck. Okay, it's time on the first sprint. How did you do? I did not, in fact, get my second cup of coffee, which I still need to do. And I, in fact, did not work on anything that's writing or publishing related. So it's close to tax time. I usually do our taxes. And this year I decided to hire a CPA. But we're still going through all the documents. And I think we're going to do an extension. But she's asking for some other stuff for me. So I need to finish that up today. I don't know how long that's going to take me. Because I'm trying to find what she's asking for. We sold a house in a different state. So it makes things a little bit interesting on what you've got to pull together for that, on top of everything else, the author business and whatnot. So, okay, let's see how you guys did. Left off with Paige coming in and saying, hope you have a great time. I think it was 7. Morgan came in. Hello, good morning, all. How are you doing? Are you at job or whatnot? Joanne says hello to Morgan. Hope you're doing well. I'm good. How are you doing? And Andy stopped in. Hello. And then Mars, hi, I'm here. Took my meds, acquired coffee made by the husband. I feel like I have a lot to do today, but I don't wanna. I just want to read, write, and drink coffee. Oh my gosh, I get into those sometimes where I'm like, I just want to read and lay in bed. And that's it. Don't want to do anything else. Entering lurk mode. AWC admin is done. I think I'm going to punch my writing back to after lunch. Push. I was like, push my writing back to after lunch. Yeah. If I can get these documents uploaded to the system that they have with the PA, then CPA, maybe I can get to writing something. Yeah, I'd love to get to it, but we'll see what happens. Just saw AWC applications are open. Yes, they are. They are open. It sounds like fun. If only I had the confidence to do something. Thanks for the reminder, though. Reread plot notes from last night, then goofed off for a few with a game while I let that cook. Reread the plot notes, cooking in your mind. Gotcha. I took that quite literally when I read it. I was like, cook what? Tax season. I know. I was struggling to count how much she made. Yeah. Struggling to not look at how much money we're going to lose. Because, yeah. We had to pay like the capital gains tax or whatever. And I'm thinking from my figures, and I could be wrong because I'm not a CPA, but we're gonna have to pay like $30,000 or $40,000 in the capital gains tax to the government. So just waiting to see what that figure actually comes out to. And Miss Page, hello from Andy. E-hugs. Going to get the kettle on for a cup of coffee, says Andy. 144 words written. Nice. Laundry switch. Took the pup outside. And I think that's it. I mean, you're getting stuff done and you wrote. So I think it's good. Sometimes I would love to punch my writing. I mean, you talk about slapping the like button, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm at work. I have so much to do and so little time. I have to send you chapters. Shanon, I kind of forgot. I haven't had time to work on book 3 at all lately. I know you've been working on your other work. You did that on Saturday. That was it the Cozy Mystery? Cozy? I don't remember which one it was, but I was there for most of it. But then when I started doing audiobook chapters, I was just lurking in the background. Glad to see your channel's active again, to Andy from Paige. Good morning, all. Hello, Adeshe. How's it going? I post videos whenever I feel like now, not on a fixed schedule. Yeah, that's the way I went a couple years ago. I need to do some actual cooking, come to think of it. 30 to 40K. Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's going to be a lot. I'm assuming that's how much it's going to be. Yeah. We accidentally sold a house too early and was only because of the special man cave with shop hubs added to the garage that kept us out of the poorhouse with the capital gains, LOL. Yeah. I thought there was different ways of how much you could retain when it came to capital gains. But every way that I looked, like the very last one, I know the last way that I looked into, like how we could invest the money into something, what was it? It was some type of, I don't know, it was going to be like a 10-year thing or whatever that we invest the money in. And I was thinking, well, we don't need the money for 10 years because we're going to use it to build a house one day. And it's going to be at least 10 years before we get that going. But when I got in there and start talking with the agent or whatever, he was like, well, you have to have made $1 million in the last year or $2 million in the last whatever. And I'm like, well, we have it. He said, well, this is how you become accredited so that you can put your money into this type of program. And we wouldn't have to pay capital gains tax on it. And I'm like, but we don't qualify for that. So it's like, no wonder the rich just keep getting richer. Since they qualify for these things, these accreditations, they get to keep more of their money. So, and I was like, oh, forget it. I spent weeks trying to figure out what we could do to retain some of that money. But I mean, I've done a few things here and there, but it's not enough. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of money I need to pay. But I mean, we haven't really touched the money that we made from the house, so it's sitting there. We've got it. We've got the money sitting in the bank account to pay for it. I just don't like the idea of paying that much money. But what we did find out was that if you live in your house 2 of the last 5 years before you sell it, you don't have to pay the capital gains tax, which is going to work out for us in the end because when we leave Florida, because I think we're going to be building a house in Tennessee. When we leave Florida, we'll sell our house here, no capital gains on it because we lived here. We have another house in Kentucky. So we'll go there and we'll live there for 2 years as we're building our house in Tennessee. So then when we sell that house, then all that money is ours and we don't pay capital gains tax. That's about the only way we can figure it out. And we will have money left over from the sale of this house too. But feels immediate stress hearing that. Man cave for the win. And waffles for Andy, or from Andy to Adeshle. I'll be doing some admin, then editing and house chores. This year's signed to make more money, right? It would have been cool, but I just don't get it. Like I had to have made $1 million in the past year in order to save more of my capital gains money. But if I didn't, then I don't get to keep it. It's just like keeping the rich richer and keeping the poor poor. Not that we're poor, but you know what I mean. Like we're trying to get to a certain point, but yeah. Have fun with the house chores. I have a lot to do, says Mars to Deshley. Waffles to Andy now from Adeshle. And thanks, Mars. Best on the chores to you. Takes notes on how to become a real estate mogul. LOL. Yeah. Yeah. If we had known that, I don't know. I don't know if we would have lived in the house though in Virginia. That place sucked. The house was nice, but the area was terrible. Very, very terrible. We have a mixed family and there was quite a bit of racism there. So yeah, I don't think we'd ever want to live back in the house. But maybe we could have kept it to a point if we ever did make $1 million a year. That would be nice. Then we could be accredited and put our money into things where we get to save more of our money. Miss Page, right? Andy, you're one to talk. You're all about finance. Y'all didn't know he publishes books on finance, or he was publishing books on finance. So he probably knows a whole lot more than I know. It's really easy to make $1 million. Sure. I wish. I don't know. I've never been one like where I feel like I have to make that much money. I just want to be comfortable. As long as we've got enough to pay for our home, pay for a way to get around, pay for food, a way to like pay for things to do every now and then, like go to movies or whatever, I'm okay with that. I've never really wanted a whole bunch of money. I regularly just convert my money into currency like Korean won or Indian rupees. Literally do that right now. You're a millionaire. Easy. Oh, right. You'd be a millionaire in their country. Pup is trying to patiently wait for his food. He tries to get it earlier every day. Yeah, they know how to play on our heartstrings for that. At the moment, we're worth more dead than alive, but I'm working on fixing it. I think the same for us too, Paige. So we have quite a bit of money in things that if something was to happen to us, our boys would be fine. So they'd have quite a bit of money coming to them. But yeah. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get another sprint started. I still got to get this paperwork to the CPA. It'd be nice if I can get done next sprint, but I have no idea if I'm going to get it all there. We're messaging back and forth. So we'll see. Find the right tab. I had to talk to myself, tell myself, what are you doing? All right, another hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, I'll see you on the other side of an hour. Okay, how was that sprint for everyone? I got a few comments there. So I'm not done getting all these documents uploaded that the PA or CPA was asking for. I keep saying PA because I see here that PA is on the person's name. It's a CPA. PA. Maybe there's a difference between PA and CPA. Or maybe this person's the personal assistant to the CPA. I don't know. I keep seeing PA, so I keep thinking PA. But yeah, still trying to get everything uploaded that they're asking me for, and like, what? Yeah, okay. So still during that. Let's see how you guys did. I don't know. Where did I leave off? I'm working, I think it's around here with Mara saying Pup is trying patiently to wait for his food. He tries to get it earlier every day. At the moment, we're worth more dead. Okay, no, I said this one too. We're worth more dead than alive. Two questions I keep forgetting to ask during the break. Oh, okay. Do you have a checklist you use for the order of steps reminders while managing sprints? Yeah, so I write down, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get to it all, but because of the tax season, right? So I just write down every day, write down two things, or I do between 2 and 5, but I really can only do like 3 in a day usually, unless they're like really small tasks. So I do it for the week out. I look at it on the weekend and I think, okay, a week out, what do I need to get accomplished this week? Now this is made from a Word document that I put together for my revision and publishing checklist for the year. This is kind of new for me though, because I've been essentially publishing one book a year, and but this year has a bit more publishing going on because I have a bunch of the novelette short stories basically there publishing in a series. So trying to stay on top of that. So I made a revision and publishing checklist. I did that first. Actually, I did some brainstorming first. Then I put it into a checklist like kind of form. And I do cross it off. Like I use the strike through feature whenever I get through stuff on there. And then from that is what I pull to put into the week. Especially as like I've gotten some things done ahead of time, other things I've pushed off a little bit. So it doesn't follow what I have in my Word document as much, but I'm making notes to myself so that I know what I should be working on during the week. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that's about the best I can do. Yeah. I've tried other things like electronic, like calendars and stuff, and that doesn't work for me. And then 2, how do I request putting a link into Devon's spreadsheet for recurring productivity sprints? Yeah, well, I have access to it, but there's also a form. So if you're here with me and you've got a sprint or whatever, you could just if you drop the link, I don't even need anything else other than say, hey, could you put this in the writing productivity sprints, and drop the link and I can go put it in there. That's easy to do. That's easier than you saying, hey, I've got one on Wednesday. I'm like, okay, what time on Wednesday? Or like me having to go to your channel and grab the link and things like that. It makes it faster. I used to help update it, but I've gotten busier over the last couple of years that I haven't helped as much. I think Rachel and Kat are the ones who stick on it. Like they're the ones who update everything. But I think there's on the AuthorTube sheet, right? There's a link to a form where you can submit. But if it's like that day, you may or may not get it in there in time, because I know that they don't go in every single day. At least they didn't before. They might now. I don't know. But that's what I understood from before. Does anyone get like this? I did get my cup of coffee too. I haven't finished it. You're a quarter way through your story. The bones are all there, but you want feedback on it. Is it too soon to get feedback before continue writing? I don't think so. So the beginning is that's one of the most important parts, because you want to get people into the story. It's also a way to check to see if the story idea has momentum, if people are interested in that type of story. I think it's all a good idea to do it even early. I've done that a few times with I did it with my last Kickstarter book. I hired a because developmental editors, they're so expensive, very, 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 very expensive to get a developmental editor. And for the big books that I write in my main series, you're talking like a couple $1,000s for me to get a developmental editor. So and knowing that the beginning is that's the part, that's where you have to have the story premises to come through along with the story question and the hook. All of that has to be there to get the readers invested. in the beginning. So I sent like the first, I think it was 4 chapters all together. I gave prologue in the first 3 chapters. I sent off to a developmental editor to get feedback on it. So that was my last Kickstarter book, Curse of Wings and Gems. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. I don't know if you have to wait to continue writing on it. Like, it kind of depends, right? If you're writing the book because you want to get it out there and it's like a story you want out, maybe, if it's not the right story for the right time for readers, that won't matter if you're just wanting to just like, get the book out. So I would keep writing on it. Or if you think that it has good merit, keep writing on it. It just depends. Whatever your motivations are. I know, like, I was just watching a video, wasn't it last week or the week before? And it was an author that was talking about how, like, if it's not the right time for right now for the audiences, what they're looking for, and you're trying to make money, don't write it. Move on to something else. And I'm like, I don't know if I quite feel that way about it, but I don't know. I want to write what I want to write. And so that's why I keep trying different things here and there. I've got my long novels, which I have a few fans of the series, but like, it's not a huge audience. And there's still like 3 or 4 books left in the series. And I'm like, do I really want to continue writing this? And I think that's why I kind of turned to like other things, because I don't feel like, it's not I'm going to spend a lot of time writing these long books that only a few people are going to buy. I don't know. It could be in my head. I don't know. But I eventually will write it. I do have 30,000 words already in the first book. So that the first 3 books are nonlinear, and the next 3 to 4 books, I have 3 books kind of roughly outlined in it's not an outline, but it's my ideas. I think it's going to be 3 books. But that's going to be linear. So you have to read it in order, and it would be better to read it after the first 3 books. But I'm trying to write it where if someone comes into the series there, they don't feel like they're lost. So I've got 30,000 words in the first book already, but I stopped there because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense, but there you go. Doing pretty good, says Joanne to Morgan. Thanks for asking. Just a busy start to the morning with my day job. I don't think it's too soon, Mars. I get that way too. Right now I'm sending first draft chapters to 2 people. It's motivating for me to keep writing to get their feedback. Yeah, that too. But there's also the possibility of getting slowed down by getting feedback now if you go back and revise instead of continuing. Yeah, you can. It can slow you down. I mean, like, I have my my Omega readers who were reading the 3rd book, the Curse of Spikes and Smoke. That's the one that'll come out later this year. They were reading it as I was putting chapters up, but that was a different. I mean, I was getting feedback, but I think it was a bit different than like getting it from like a critique partner or a beta reader or a developmental editor, because they're just mostly wanting the story. They want the story. They want to know what was going to happen with the 3rd brother and whatnot. They sometimes catch things. So still one on Story Origin, when you put, I stop to it through Story Origin, when you put your chapters up there, you can't change it once your chapter's there. You can upload a chapter as a version 2 or version 3 or whatever, which I did that quite a bit with my Omega readers with my 3rd book, because I was rewriting chapters all the time. But I got to the end. When I get to the end, I like write really fast. I still can't get over this one that I wrote Dampy. And I meant to write just damp. And all 3 of them were like, what's Dampy? I've never heard this word before. I'm like, no, it was a typo, whatever. But yeah, I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote it. I wrote it really fast, but that kind of feedback is like, yeah, like, I need to change that word. That's not too bad. Thanks for the response, Morgan. I am trying to put editing and revising aside and just write, but feedback may help. Now I just have to figure out how I get people to read it when it's not completed. I mean, it depends on who you're trying to get it from. So if you're hiring someone, you don't have to have it completed. If you're just looking for like in the community for like beta readers or looking community of readers, just looking for someone to read the beginning, that works. Because I did that too with A Curse of Wings and Gems. I put the call out there, like, I'm just looking for people to read the first few chapters. You don't have to read the whole thing. Let me know what you think about these first few chapters. I think actually Adeshale was one who went on there and gave me feedback on and Morgan did too, even though she was my critique partner. So she had given me feedback on earlier drafts, and that was a newer draft. And they just went in and looked at my first few chapters and gave me feedback on it. So I know, yeah. I don't think you have to have it completed. That's my thought. You're welcome. If you're part of any writing Discord groups, you can ask for alpha readers on there. I would volunteer, but I have so much going on. I don't want to make a promise I can't fulfill. I understand that. Yes. This is the wrong week for me. I already have a lot I have to do, and then I have all the tax stuff on top of that. I'm like, I'm like, I don't even know how I'm gonna get all this stuff done. Yeah. And then whenever I do get a moment to breathe, I need to get on the phone with the doctor's office where I'm getting an MRI because I've not got a phone call from them, but I got a follow up with my pain management doctor like in a week and a half, and I'm supposed to have the MRI done already, and I haven't got an appointment yet. So at some point here, yeah. Oh wait, what type of story are you writing, Mars, or genre, etc.? And yes, I get it. I also know how it feels on the back end of editing and wanting to punt the whole project out the window. Yes. One of What the Forest Knows is a literary fiction novel about Elliot, a quiet man. Oh, I get it now. One of question mark means several comments incoming. Is a literary fiction novel about Elliot, a quiet man rebuilding his life 2 years after a public breakdown at a lake that cost him nearly everyone he loved. When he finally returns to the lake alone, he starts seeing something at the edge of the tree, something he can't prove is real. The novel follows his slow reconnection with his brother Ernie as the two of them try to untangle what really happened that day and whether the people who left him will ever find their way back. It's a story about being believed, about the particular loneliness of recovery, and about two brothers who never quite lost each other even when they stopped talking. I love this. I don't know if you guys watch like the novel marketing podcast, which I think they just changed it to something else. What did they change it to? I like to listen to them, and they were just talking about how they like how there's more stories come out, and they think it's the right time for more stories come out about relationships between men, whether friendships or brothers or brotherhood or something along these lines. Like, I don't know if anyone has seen Hail Mary. They talked about this, Hail Mary, Project Hail Mary, in the theaters with Ryan Gosling. When my oldest son was here, he wanted to watch that in the movie theater, so we went to go see it, and it was pretty good. And it's all about, really, it's this friendship between the main character, Ryan Gosling, and the alien that he met with. And, they can't even literally touch because both of their atmospheres would just like burns them up. But they work together to figure out how to get word back to their home planets and how to get away or how to get back home. Because it's a one-way trip for Ryan Gosling, but the alien helps him. But there's a good like friendship that really is created during the movie. And I'm trying to remember, what do they call themselves? Oh, author update, so they call it now. The only thing is what I don't know if you'll be into it because they'll bring some religion into it too because they're very religious. The two guys that do the podcast, but not always. And so yeah, but if that may not be your thing, but it's not. They don't fill the whole podcast up with that. But they look at, I guess they call it the zeitgeist is when they start talking about like what's happening right now in our culture that could influence what's coming out in books. So, yeah. And I skipped over a few people when I did it was Inka. Hi, Inka. How's it going? Hope all is well. I know that's that's a long, quick blurb, but I tried. It's not exact, but I'm still working on it. I think it's very clear what it is. So, yeah. Any advice on promoting your book as a self-publisher? Oh, my Lord. There's so much out there. So I used to do videos actually about this. Way back when. And the videos are still there, but some of the content didn't remain evergreen because they're voracious readers. Man, that was the word I was trying to find the other day. It just came to me. Voracious readers was a good one where you could go and you would pay for your book to be on their list, and you didn't see anybody. It was all through email, but they would connect your book with potential reviewers. And when I first started using them, they were so good. I would get a couple hundred requests for books over a couple months, and I'd get like a quarter of them or so would be reviews, which is a pretty good average, but then it dropped all the way down. Like my last month, I had 99 people who requested my book and I got one review and I was like, it's not worth it. And then they raised their prices. So things change. That's what I'm trying to say. Things change all the time. So, I mean, are you looking at hard marketing practices, soft marketing? Depends on, if you are interested in soft marketing, which that's using, social media to promote your books, I would check out, I just saw her name. She has some really good videos. She stays up to date on everything. I've had a few conversations with her. We had her on the podcast. She actually has a liaison with like Instagram, Facebook. I don't remember what else, but so and there are ones that she suggests you follow on like Instagram. Like they will tell you what the latest metrics are, what's working, what's not working, what should you try next. I am not Shelby, marketing by Shelby. So she's a really good channel that talks about this soft marketing, if that's the way you want to go. It feels like to me, most of what everybody's pushing right now that is going to work the best for selling your books is Facebook ads. Caveat, I think that works if you have a good backlist for people to go to, because people don't, and just from my own testing, because I've started Facebook ads this year, a full price book doesn't get that many sales. I got a lot of clicks. I had a really good click-through rate. Like all the numbers were really good, but the sales weren't there. And that's because it was going to a full price book on Amazon that was not in KU. So if you don't have a book that's in KU or, that's full price, I don't see that they work as well. The only way that you really make the money then, or you get the people to click, is when your stuff is on sale or if it's free. But then now your ROI drops because the amount of money you're paying for Facebook ads is not going to cover the amount of money you're spending on your book for the or the amount of money you receive for your book. So I found that I was getting a lot of again, good rates, and I was getting sales pretty consistent for the first couple weeks of the book released, and then it kind of dropped off. But I didn't have really anywhere for them else to go because that one book was not in a series. It's just in my world. So then if they wanted to read something more by me, they would not be in the similar series. They'd be going to something else. And a lot of readers, they do like reading things. If they like a standalone book that's in a series, they'll typically go to other standalone books. I don't really have, my Clash of Goddesses is a series that is linear. But I don't really have I've never done Facebook ads to them, so I can't give you the stats on that. Martin does that quite a bit, and he tells me some of the things he does. And he was just telling me how like 1 week in March, he ran Facebook ads. He was profitable because he has like 5 books in his series. And so he was profitable. And then he did again in April and he was not profitable. So it just really depends on what do you want to do? Do you want to, and then also it always comes down to time or money. So do you have more time or do you have more money? Or which one are you willing to spend? Because the soft marketing, social media, that's going to be a lot of time looking into metrics and what's working, what people are looking for. There's another gal, actually. I can see her face. I watch her stuff too. Kate. I don't think her channel's called Kate though, but her author name is Kate. Maybe it is Kate. Kate something or other. Now Kate, she publishes in fantasy romance. And she talks about like what's working for like your soft marketing. If I could find it, I'll give it to you. But that's her. And then there's Marketing by Shelby. Shelby writes poetry. She also has nonfiction, but most of her stuff is poetry. So everything she does is around her poetry stuff. And then there's another gal. I can see her face too. I can't remember her name, on YouTube. And she actually did an experiment in which she did social media heavily for 1 month to see if it increased sales, and it didn't. So for her, it didn't work. Now she writes contemporary romance and fantasy romance, and I think even some sci-fi romance. So she found that it didn't help her at all, and she does Facebook ads, and she's profitable with her Facebook ads. She actually just came out with a couple of videos, so like 2 or 3 weeks ago now, about the ads and how that works. So I don't know. You have to let me know if you're interested in that. I can try and find her videos or find her name. I know it whenever it pops up in my feed, when it pops up, what do they call that? Your notifications. And I see it. I'm like, oh, I got to go watch it. Right now, she's actually doing a series. This gal, the second gal, I can't remember her name. I can see her face. She's doing a series where she read the top 100 books on Amazon. And she's telling the viewer in her videos what she's found is in common, and each video is different. So like one, she talked about point of view, which video was more like how many more books, or, you know, of the 100 books, which ones were first person, which ones were third person, how many. And so I think it's kind of a good breakdown. I just wish she would say what genre, because I'm pretty certain she got that from contemporary romance. But would you be willing to share a copy of that revision publication checklist so it's not too personal? Oh, it wouldn't be any helpful to you, Paige. Because it's not like it's just a list. Hold on, I can show you on screen. I think I have to take. So it's not like checklist per se. Share. I'll have to change. Not that. This? There you go. So it's just this. I just wrote down what was I doing. So it's not really like a checklist. And then I just crossed it off as I was going through everything. So I don't know that that would be helpful in any way. And I'm already like kind of behind on stuff. What was it? Oh, I did. Beta. Oh, I did. I completed that already. So that's all that is. And what I did to get this was that I've been tracking for 3 years my writing process. So I write down, you know, and I do it by week. So in the week, so like we're in the 3rd week of April, I'd write down, or I put in my spreadsheet, and I just shared my spreadsheet a little while ago. I don't know if you were here when I did that. That's where I track my progress. So I, you know, have the week, the month and the week, and then I choose the project I'm working on, and I put all this in drop down menu. So whenever I get a new project, I put it in my drop down menu, and so I just drop down, pick it, then I choose which part of the writing process I'm on, whether I'm brainstorming, drafting, revising, or editing, and then I put how many minutes I worked on it on that, and then how many words. And even if it's 0 words, because a lot of my brainstorming sometimes it's just me here sitting, not a lot, but there's definitely sessions where I'm just sitting there thinking, but I calculate it. So I've been doing that for 3 years. And by taking that information and then figuring out, okay, I need beta readers for these 8 books. I need ARC readers for these 10 books. I need alpha reader for this one book. So I have, you know, and the typo buster team for this one book. How far back can I get this stuff done? So I knew the publication dates. And so I went backwards from publication dates, looked at how many hours I typically spend in revising and editing on certain projects, and applied that information to the new projects. So that I figured out like I need 8 hours to finish the revision for this one story because it's like 13,000 words or whatever. So I knew that roughly about myself. And that's how I backtracked to get to this, if that makes sense. Okay, remove. I don't want to go back there. So yeah, I don't think that would be helpful. Otherwise, I would share it. Empty the dishwasher. Yay. LOL. We'll drop the link in a few days before we go live. Thank you. Okay. Cool. Mars, I'm busy for the next 2 weeks, but if you can wait that long or accept intermittent feedback, I can check it out. Rewriting what you want. I think you might appreciate the Authorpreneur book. Who's that by? What I have left is to expand everything and maybe add some new scenes. Ending is already written. Oh, man. I always know the endings to my stories. Always know where they're going to end, but I can't write it. Like, I cannot write it until like I get to the final draft, and this final draft of the drafting, not of revision, editing, or other stages. So like, and this is for my long novels. So like I will have like multiple drafts, and if I have multiple just writing drafts, I don't call them writing drafts, I just call them drafts. That means that each one I change something major in it. And it's not until I get to the very end, and I know I'm not going to change anything major again, that I'll go ahead and write the ending. So like I cannot write. If I write the ending, then I'm done with the book. But It definitely encourages writers to do what's best for them in many ways. Check out Shannon's. Oh yeah, the book mining phrase. Yeah, thank you, Mars. I didn't think about that. I was talking a lot about the Facebook ads over the last few Fridays. I didn't do last Friday because I had a couple appointments back to back, so I wasn't able to do it. And then I'm putting Facebook ads on pause right now until I get about 3 or 4 books into the series, and then I'm going to start them back up again. What was that podcast name again? Author Update, and it's on YouTube. So intermittent feedback is perfect, or if you need time, I'm fine with that too. Weighing in on a few options. I mean, there's a lot to choose from. I mean, this is a really large arena of things that you can do, and it just depends on what you want to do. Whether it's soft marketing or there's lots of things. So you can also go onto Facebook and find groups where they write in your genre. So I've been doing this recently, but then I kind of stopped, and I keep getting a lot of messages, but I don't really like to stay in Facebook. So there was a few that was on Facebook for romance, and I am now like in their Discord, and I can see all the stuff that they're doing. Like I'm part of the romance book blast Discord. And so then I see like these authors just say, hey guys, I'm going to do a giveaway here with billionaire romance. Anyone has a billionaire romance wants me to add their book in, let me know. That kind of stuff. That's another way to kind of get, so it's networking. It's getting out there and meeting people in your genre. And then you can do like those author swaps and stuff like that. You can also use things like Story Origin and Book Funnel to do author swaps and group promos. I have just found the efficacy of those have been declining over the years. Yeah. Because like, I think the last one that I looked at for figures, this was like a week and a half ago, because I was looking at March's figures, and I looked at all the promos I was a part of, in which I was no, this was beginning of April, because it was for the Florist Budding Desire. So that came out in March. I joined a bunch of promos, and a lot of people were sending their newsletter at the beginning of April, and I just don't feel the sales were there for it, for what I thought I would get out of it. That's my thought. So I think those are better for like reader magnets to get people onto your list than to sell to them. Cool, Mars, just shoot me an email or Gmail, or find me on Discord with the same name. Same username on Discord or email, or mars.e.moss@gmail. You can email me for both. Hello, I love the data-driven process. My analyst heart proves. Yeah. Sorry for pulling off the other screen. No, it's all right. I don't mind talking about it. I like sharing my process. I think, and then I've had requests for like, oh, you should do videos where you share some of the stuff you're doing. I'm like, I don't really want to make a video. So this is like the only time I can really do anything if I'm going to share my process. Well, now, I'm doing the Marketing Fridays, but it's it's only an hour. Well, the sprint's an hour, and then I talk about stuff for about a half hour, I think, altogether. So I meant to say the artisan art. Oh, okay. Yeah. The one that we read. Yeah. Makes sense. And, and then there's also the email marketing, which is just, pulling your list together, your email list, which again, you can use like Story Origin, Book Funnel. You can run your own giveaway. You can get involved with groups. You can start networking with authors in your genre. And, but once you have your email list, then there's really a way of, going about trying to sell to them as well. I can't say I know the secret to that one, because I don't think I do. So I think I write good emails most of the time. And people are invested in the emails, because I get, good click-through rate on them, and people, open rate and click-through rate. My open rate is much better than my click-through rate, as far as what's industry average. But, I don't really sell a lot of books. And again, so I think that goes back to having a backlist for people to go to. So like if someone reads your book and they love it and they join your newsletter list, and you don't have any other books, well, now if you're paying for your newsletter, you're paying for them to be on your newsletter, but you don't have anything more to sell to them. So I think a newsletter works probably better. This is just my own opinion. Probably works better when you have a decent sized backlist for people to go to, which that's what I'm hoping this year is going to help me with, because my backlist involves 4 books right now. Yeah. I mean, I've got some anthology stories out there, but yeah, I think it's just 4 books is what I have, and they're not all in the same series. So that doesn't help, but they're all in my world. But this year I'm going to have quite a bit that's also going to be in the world, but yeah. And it's also different formats. So we'll see if that gets anybody's attention. So that's the biggest things you can have. Like, it's getting that visibility. That's what marketing comes down to, right? Is the visibility. And now when you have so many AI books flooding the market, right? It's really trying to get that visibility still. So it's even worse now. So that's really your email marketing, social media, all that stuff. I think all of it probably works toward getting that visibility out there. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next brand. My mouth is dry. I think I want some more coffee. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next hour. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Feels like that hour went too fast. Anyways, I finished up with what I was going to do for taxes today. I think I've got everything done. I'm going to get done for now. And I got out the thing that I decided I was going to work on for my revision publishing checklist is to go back through my reader magnet for the second book, that is Starling and the Moonblade, and look at the reader magnet, which is a bonus chapter, and revise and edit. I was rereading it through just to see what I might want to revise. And then I'll run it through ProWriting A to edit it. So that's what I got done. See about you guys. If there was a bit of chatter. This is where we left off, where Adisha said, I meant to see The Artist and Author by Johnny B. Truant. And I responded to Mars. Class starts in 5 minutes, so I might make it back for the next break. If not, thank you so much for being here. Have fun, Paige, says Andy. Coffee I so need. Yes, I did drink more of my coffee. I also took some Tylenol because my head is starting to hurt from all this thinking with the taxes. But yeah, just missed the chatty bits though. And you know what? Those chatty bits were quite long. So yeah, you missed a lot, but it does happen. And I was laughing. I did see that when I was switching screens. JL, hello. Hello, everyone. How was your weekend? Mine was a little hectic, but having a quiet day today. Nice. Weekend was good. I spent Saturday. Wait, I wrote it down. Okay, yeah. So I spent about an hour and a half, a little less than an hour and a half, revising and editing my reader magnet for cold readers. So this is a full short story novelette. It came out to 14,000 words plus. I think actually it's like 14.4, 14.5, it's like 14 and a half, somewhere in there, words. So I revised and edited, and then I spent the rest of the day audiobook recording. And then I went to the zoo in Alabama. So there's one that's close to us. It's like 45-minute drive, but we've been there so often that I just feel kind of wore out on it. But this one was in Alabama. It was in Montgomery. It was like a 2.5 hour drive to get there, but I only stayed for like 3 hours, and then 2.5 hour drive back. But it was fun. I got to be in a they had like an airlift that would take you from one side of the zoo to the other in the sky. And myself and my son, the 13-year-old now, he's 13. We did that together, so that was fun. It was so funny too, because like while we're up there, he was like, my feet are like not touching anything. It feels so weird. And then when we got off the ride, he was like, now I feel like I have air legs. Like the ground feels weird beneath my feet. It was so funny what he was saying, but it was fun. See, Coffee Creek Connect. Weekend was uneventful for me. Crappy weather today got me all down. Hope your day will be bright today. I'm sorry that was down. It was really hot. I actually got a little bit of a sunburn from being at the zoo. Hopefully it's better here soon for you, Andy, and bring your day back up. Sorry to hear you're feeling that way today. Maybe watch a funny movie or some stand-up comedy to lift the mood. And hey, JL, I was just thinking about you, says Dashley. That's a good idea, says Andy to JL. Yay or not for being sick. Why do I have to be sick again? Oh my gosh, what year was that for me? 2023, I think it was. I was like sick all the time. And I was like, I just get over being sick and now I'm being sick again. And I'm like, I'm tired of being sick. I only got sick once last year. And that was in August. I remember because that's when I wrote the third book in this series, and I hated it because like I knew it was gonna make no sense because I kept falling asleep in the middle of writing it, and I'd wake up and type like a few sentences, go back to sleep, and then I was like, oh, I don't even want to revise it because I know it's gonna be terrible. And sure enough, it was pretty rough. I had like some sentences that like had 5 verbs in it because I guess I couldn't choose a verb. But that actually ended up being the strongest story of the first 3 because I have my readers. I asked them to rank the first 3 stories because they read the first 3 stories as one group. And that ended up being the favorite of everybody's. I also have riddles in that one, and I made up the riddles. And the first riddles I had in there made no sense. So like, what was I thinking? So I had to really work on them. And it was three riddles, I think, 3, 5, 3 for her, 2 for him. So yeah, 5 riddles altogether I made. And his were really easy because they were built around things like guilt and time. So it was really easy to make. But I couldn't figure out what hers were going to be. And there's still one that made no sense to my Omega readers when they read it. So I still had to do it. But then my Alpha readers or my Beta readers, they they didn't have any issues with the riddles. But man, that was a hard story when I was sick. So being sick is not fun, especially if you also want to write. Yeah, I can't do. I don't know if I said that the rest of it. I can't not do things. I hate sitting around. Yeah, the one I had last year knocked me out. Like I was in bed, knocked out for a few days, and it wasn't COVID. I took a test, took 2 tests actually, but yeah, came up negative. JL, hello from Joanne. Good to see you. How's it going? Good news. Finished revising chapter 25. That's amazing. And attended a book festival event as an author and sold multiple copies of Culinary Confessions. So awesome. Oh, wait, no, you're on 26. 25 was last week, or no, the week before, right? Yeah. Hey, Dashley, nice to see you here, says JL. Andy, hopefully it helps. Maybe get some takeout food or have your favorite beverage, get cozy with a blanket, put on something that you might make you laugh. I always eat chocolate when I'm down, but I don't only eat chocolate when I'm down. I think that makes sense. I mean, I eat chocolate anytime, but if I'm down, I eat more chocolate. So, hiccups. It's 12 o'clock. That is amazing at JK. Fantastic news and congratulations. I'm going to try to stomach some food so I can stop shaking. That might be a good idea. Hopefully you feel better here soon, Mars. Hey, JC, how's it going? Hope you're having a good start to your week. It is. Hello, everyone, she says. Thank you. Hoping to attend more events as an author vendor soon. Inka says that. Thanks for sprint. Hopefully I'll see you some. Oh, yeah, that Inka is having sprints later this evening if you guys want to catch those. Pretty quickly after I get done with mine, because I usually get done with mine between 5 and 6, and I think hers starts at 6, my time, Central Time. I'm not sure I got anything out of class, but I made an appearance. It goes like that sometimes, right? I have a something I was going to go to. I probably won't go to it. I don't know. My mind jumped. I don't know where I was going with that. 214 words written, took the pup outside and attempted to eat. So we'll see how I feel soon. Not sure what else I did. At least you're able to write with not feeling well. All right, got to the end of the sprints. I mean, comments. My brain hurts. I'm hoping that the headache is getting better, but yeah, all that stuff made my head really hurt. So 6 p.m. Eastern. Oh, so not Central. I was thinking it was 6 p.m. my time. Okay. Well, it is 6 p.m. So 5 p.m. Central. So okay. Thank you for the correction. Going on to another sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 more hour on the clock. It's not the one more, but just 1 hour on the clock. We'll have more hours after this. And good luck. Okay, it's time on that sprint. How did you do? That I feel like I must have skipped a timer or something. So I'm looking at that. And I know there's other timers. No? Okay, maybe not. Anyways, yeah, how did you do? So I got into my bonus chapter that's a warm reader magnet for the second book, Starling and the Moonblade, that's coming out May 4th. I read it through, did some revision, and then ran through Pro Writing Aid and did some editing. For the revision, I added 98 words. For the editing, I added 4 words. And then I knew I worked on the cover because I'm just making the covers myself for the bonus chapters. I'd started working on the cover a while ago. Actually, I think it was like a month ago now. So I had to get back in there and look at it. And was it a month ago? Yeah. Anyways, yeah, so there's a few more things I need to do to fix the cover, get it finalized. And then once that's done, then I can go ahead and work on stuff that's for tomorrow, which is to get the reader magnet uploaded to Story Origin. And then that way I can get a link to put into the book itself, which is Starling and the Moonblade. And then I can upload the book itself to Amazon. Eventually, I don't know if I'll do that today, if I have time, probably. But if not, later. But then upload it to Amazon so that I can get. Oh, I gotta check to see if I got the LCCN. Let me write a note to myself. LCCN. So then I can get it on Amazon so that I can get a link to that to put into the back of the book coming out April 24th, which is Wildfire and the Sun Prince. If I finish all that and finalize the files for Amazon for that book coming out April 24th, and also check on the reader magnet. I think I have to check on it, just make sure everything's, the links are still working, and then check the email automation that I set up and add links in because I got placeholders. Then draft the email to go to ARC readers and get that prepped. Now I'll send that out on Friday. So there's like all the things I need to do this week. I don't know if I'll get through how much I'll get through. I'm trying to get through as much as I can today. I do have tomorrow as well. A little bit of time tomorrow, but then Wednesday is gonna be done with IEP stuff. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And let's see how you guys did. Left off with Mars from the last sprint, getting words and taking the pup out, and and then Inka saying that her stream is tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what I was thinking that it was 6 p.m. for me. Probably because maybe I was thinking along the lines that's when I'll be over there if when I get a chance to stop it, because I usually go between 5 and 6 o'clock my time, so that's 5 o'clock my time and Central. Pacing through pages said, "Good afternoon, hello. I need a break from my current book, so I'm going to be reading King Sorrow by Joe Hill. I hope everyone is well, doing well." Yeah, I just finished a book. It's part of a series, but I have these other books because I do have Kindle Unlimited, and I have these other books I've been wanting to get to. I'm like, do I really want to start another series when I got all these other books I need to read? And of course, then my mind's like, well, then it must not be that strong, because the last book I read was Kindle Unlimited and it had a series, and I went ahead and got all the other books and read all of them. So yeah, it is a good series though. Hello, got the kiddo up into school, got my brother out of an anxiety attack, and ate breakfast. Now finally going to actually shower and start my day. But that feels nice to get ready to get started. Busy morning though. Struggling with a headache and focus today. I was struggling with a headache too. I think I was dealing with all the initial things I was doing with the taxes and whatever. Yeah. And I took a couple of Tylenol, and it feels like it's mostly away. Not all the way gone, but enough that I could get into my work. And I think doing graphic design always makes me feel better. I don't know why. And so doing this graphic design with my covers is really cool. I'm flipping back and forth between my cover from my first story coming out April 24th to the cover that's coming out May 4th. Make sure that they look like they belong in a series. So even though I'm doing them myself. Probably going to miss a break, but I'll be back in time for the next. Okay, no worries. Ooh, I'm here for the chatty bits. Yay, you made it for one. Miss Page sending you positive vibes. Evil headache be gone. Yes. I did a lot of nothing. Just can't seem to get into anything today. Oh, it feels like it's a bit of a theme. Thanks, Andy. I got you like, oh, excuse me. Oh, my TV must have started. It like came on. That's weird. I took a break from the computer. My finger brain connection is faulty today. More typos than words. Have you tried dictation? You might get a lot of typos in that too. But they'll sound like words coming out. I get a lot of typos in my dictation, but It's not really right. I don't know what they call it. It's not typos. I'm trying to figure out what's going on my TV over there. But yeah, especially with fantasy names and stuff, I just end up using names that it can understand and then just do a find and replace when I'm drafting. I read 44 pages and sort of messed around. I'm a bit tired today. Yeah, that's the theme. Yeah. So having some trouble focusing for long bits of time. Feeling, yeah. There it is. 581 words written for Mars. Nice. Total of 11,000. I bet that you wish you had 11,000. 1,135 words today. I need to do more cleaning soon. I feel run down, but I kept my food down at least. I'm still upset though. Might have found another alpha reader. Aw, I'm so happy for you that you might find someone else and that you have at least one person, right? My pain was pretty out of control yesterday, but it was good writing day. I think the meds are catching up with me. Can't concentrate for anything now. Mm, yeah. I feel like that happens for me sometimes too. Yeah, that hits me a little bit later. Oh, and I watched a YouTube video Hub sent me about the human language gene and mice. What was it about? Like they can understand words, like so many words or something like that? That's what I'm guessing. It could be something else. I proved my focus point. I read 14 pages. Am on page 44. LOL. Oh, okay. So not read 44 pages here. Yeah, it was read 14 pages on page 44. Yeah, are you oh, that must be, is that like a ebook or paperback? Morgan says I had a meeting, took a break and had lunch and my therapy appointment. Now back to work. Sounds like a nice little break. Hopefully it was nice. Hopefully lunch was good. All right, we got through to the last comment. Let's go ahead and get another hour going here. Oh, they inserted the human language gene, into mice, and their vocals were different, including pitch. Oh my gosh, that is fascinating. The only other thing that I've heard when it comes to human language is like how our tongue moves in our mouth and with our teeth, and like how many animals don't actually have the same. What word am I searching for? It's not limberness. Don't have the same range of motion. That's what it is. The same range of motion with their tongue inside their jaw and their mouth and stuff. And so they, even if they could understand human language, they wouldn't be able to speak it because they don't have the same, the right anatomy. There we go. We'll go with that. Neanderthals didn't have this gene, which is interesting. And that just shows you a whole lot because like they definitely had some type of culture. At least that's what they're finding is that they definitely had culture with, burying or how they treated their dead and things like that. I don't think they buried them. I'm trying to remember what that was. But I do remember that they've talked about that, how they did have culture. They had jewelry and stuff like that. So if they didn't have the gene, they still had some way to communicate. It's just interesting how they would have done it. But, okay, let's go ahead and get next one going. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, it's going to be another hour on the clock. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Yes, time on that sprint. How did you do? Start off with missing a phone call from the CPA, so I called them back, figured out so I had some more documents I need to upload, so I did that, and then just got back into fixing the book cover for the reader magnet. Yeah, I feel like I'm like swimming upriver, and I'm trying to figure out how to get further along, and I keep falling back behind, but it's all right. Oh, this is coming off the conversation about the human language gene given to mice, and their vocals are different, including pitch. And Neanderthals didn't have this gene, and not all humans have this gene. When they did a study of 650,000 people, 6 didn't have it, but didn't have any speech issues. That's interesting. So what does the gene actually do then, if 6 didn't have issues? Andy had to pop off. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, Andy. That was like an hour ago, so I missed him. But Mara says, I emptied the dryer, put the clothes away, switched the laundry, took the pup outside, ran the dishwasher, general pickup around the house, second alpha reader added to Google Docs in 164 words. Very, very productive, and good news with getting a second alpha reader. Yeah. I said, I wish I could this week. I just don't know how I'm going to get. I don't know how I'm going to get through this week yet. I will. I just don't know how I'm going to get through it yet. So there's a lot going on this week. If everything works out right, next week will be much better for me. So if you still are looking for somebody next week, Mars, let me know. Oh, I'm getting this headache is coming back now. Even though I took this Tylenol, it was getting better, and then back to the Daxis, and it started coming back again. Pacing through the pages says, didn't do much. I think I read 5 pages. Maybe I need to get out of the house for a bit and reset my brain. Yeah, that might help. Especially if it's like good weather outside. If it's not like raining or anything. Unless you like the rain. Some people like the rain. My youngest kiddo is autistic. And when he was younger, he was nonverbal, and things changing would get to him. So like, I don't know why, but the minute we crossed the threshold of our door, he would have a meltdown most of the time, especially coming inside. Going outside wasn't as bad, but coming into the house, he'd have a meltdown. And I remember it was raining one time, so I had to bring him back inside. And I think he was probably 3 or 4 at this time. And I remember saying to my brother, God, it was such a terrible meltdown. Like, we had the rain, so I would pull him inside. I was like, that was like one of the worst meltdowns we had, kept crossing the threshold. And he was, he was nonverbal, so I had no idea what was going on, other than that he just didn't like it. And my brother said, well, next time it starts raining, just leave him out there. He'll want to go back inside. So I tried that the next time. Didn't work. He was playing in the rain. He loved it. I learned after that, then he loved rain puddles and all that stuff. So like that would take up a lot of time, which was always good when I could find something to like grab his attention for a while, because if his attention was not on something, and then he was having a meltdown over something. He was really, really difficult when he was little. He's so much easier now, but yeah, it was very difficult then. I was half asleep and now typing with no glasses, so I missed some of the breaks. Still feel awful. No worries, you didn't miss much. And I do hope you feel better soon. Hopefully, it doesn't last too much longer today. Paige says, still here, not much to say for myself. I feel like we're like all in the same place here. To wait and do errands after my mastermind. Also convince myself not to cancel the mastermind. Oh, yeah. Obligations, right? I feel that a lot. Yeah. I understand that feeling. And Gwenda says, here, hello and welcome. Just in time. We're going to go into our next sprint here. It's got a bit quieter, which is okay. My head hurts. My head is really hurting. I can't take anything else. There's nothing else I can take. I have taken everything I can. My head still hurts. Rested my eyes and up taking a cat nap. Honestly, much needed. Time to get some work done. All right. Let's go ahead and get into this next sprint then. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll get started on the next one. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is the end of that sprint. How did you do? What did I do? I finished the cover for the reader magnet for the second book of the series that's coming out May 4th. And then I went to go upload it to Atticus, and I realized, oh, right, I moved the title slightly down on the reader magnet, which meant I need to move it slightly down on the first reader magnet because I want them to be the same. So, they look like they're all part of the series. And so I had to redo that cover. And then that meant, oh, all right, I have to redo the title page. So I'm redoing the title page right now. I got the covers done. Now I'm redoing the title page for the first book, and I've got to then set up the title page for the second book. But everything's already set in place. It's just a matter of moving the title down on the first one and then just replacing the title with the other title for the second one. So everything else is going to stay the same. So it should go pretty quickly. Yep, that's where I'm at. Mara says, I napped and studied cybersecurity and still not feeling well, and it sucks. It's going to be one of those days. Yeah. My headache's been going in and out, in and out. It's a little bit better, but it took a while for it to get better. I did the cold compress that, or, cold ice pack that Paige suggested. I was like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I almost thought about eating ice cream because that's supposed to help too. Because you put something cold on the roof of your mouth, it's close to your brain and it heats up when you have a headache. But the headache is getting a little bit better. I'm also trying to hydrate. I feel like maybe I'm a bit dehydrated probably from being outside for a few hours in the sun. So hydrating quite a bit. And I'm sorry that you're not feeling too well. Oh, hope your headache gets better. Get some ice cream. I know. I was thinking about it. I was like, I should get some ice cream. I might still do that. So, alrighty. Well, I think it might be just you and I, at least in the chat for the moment. There's a few people watching, but I would like to get the C3. Yeah, we got at least another sprint we could do. Let's go ahead and go another sprint. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming, everyone. And for anyone else, we'll do another hour. Okay. And get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I'm working on updating links for the automation that I have set up for the 8 stories coming out this year. And that's what I've been working on. Everything's going kind of slow. I think I have too many things open on my computer. Waiting to see if there's any other comments. Dashley says, I did yours. I listened to an audiobook about pulp writing. Oh, that sounds interesting. I don't know much about pulp writing, but yep. And had a brief nap. I think I need a nap. Well, we'll do one more sprint and then call it a night. That's what I'm thinking. But it's already like 8.5 hours. I'm still going to keep working on this reader magnet stuff. But, yeah. No, am I not showing up? No. Those two just did. Didn't show up anything else. Wait. Oh, it skipped on me. Sorry. This came up. I think it came through and I was trying to flip between the different buttons toggle through the buttons on the side. I showered and got ready and sat outside with the pup and studied a little bit. Texted the husband about it. Sounds a little bit better. Are you feeling any better? Yeah. My fingers are cold. Maybe I need to get up and move around a little bit. Okay. Well, that's where we're at with the comments. Let's go ahead. We'll do one more. Wrong button. And if you guys are interested in going over to Inca stream, she'll be starting in about 38 minutes. What's next? Everyone has to leave out. Thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, whenever it decides to go. Yeah, I think my computer's slowing down because I have too much going on. 3, 2, 1, and good luck. Oh, I feel exhausted now, dehydrated. Not really outside made it worse. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay, it was pretty big years ago. We have a modern version of it, rapid release. Oh. I mean, it felt like intuitively I knew what it was, but I didn't know how to put it into words. That's interesting. All right, good luck. And that's time on the last sprint. How did you do? I continue to work on my, I did the reader magnet, then got it uploaded on Story Origin, and then worked on formatting the second book in the series. That's Starlight and the Moonblade. So I got that all uploaded and done in Atticus, just waiting for my LCCN for it to be complete. And yeah. Then I was trying to figure out what kind of subtitle I could do for the second book, or what I can even be able to do. Because I think like I already submitted some of this to the copyright office, and I think it has to be whatever I submitted. So I was trying to find that in my email, but we'll see. I don't know. Okay, checking with you guys. Left off. I know we this was from last time. I was also feeling very exhausted that last sprint. So I think that's going to be it for me for the night. I think I'm just going to stop there. But yeah. And then talking about what pulp writing is, a lot of noir detectives, hard-boiled detectives, etc. James Scott Bell wrote a nonfiction book on it about writing like pulpster, which is very good. I've never heard of that one. And I've read some of James Scott Bell stuff. But yeah, back when people were making money on the speed of turnaround of their books, i.e. Raymond Chandler, Mickey Spillane, I think Dashiell Hammett, Edgar Rice Burroughs were part of that scene. So it seems like the speed of turning around books quickly is not gone away, because Edgar Rice Burroughs wrote a long time ago. That's the only name and Raymond Chandler sounds familiar, but Edgar Rice Burroughs is the only one I know from that list. And I've read a lot of his books, and I read them when I was a kid, and they were old then. And Ray Bradbury, Robert E. Howard. I know Ray Bradbury. And looking into it, I may have found a lady pulpster, C.L. Moore. It sounds like she was very important and from Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm going to have to look into some of her books now. Oh, there you go. I went down a rabbit hole yesterday. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're still here. I had my mastermind, ran my errands, and finally got enough brain cells back to get into my story. I think my brain cells have fled. Maybe they went to you, because mine are just gone. My headache is nearly gone now, but I feel wore out. So I feel like I was like in a mental battle or something. I wrote a scene where the mom wants the teen to do something, but she's not willing to twist his arm about it. Just as they're discussing it, he gets an invite from a friend to go do the something, and asks mom if she had anything to do with the invite, and her answer is not I, said the cat. So what is your assumption about her interference? I would say yes. Yeah, I would say she did. I had my last meeting for the day. Yay, finally about to clock out. Awesome. And then if anyone's looking for any other sprints, I think Inka has just started her sprint, so you can head over there. JC says, oh, I've been here the whole time, just been working on my newsletter, have it almost finished. Oh, well, hopefully I'll be looking forward to it. JC, hopefully you're happy with it. Tried to eat dry cereal and texted the husband. I did eat some beef jerky. Just kind of hung out. Yeah. Actually, I texted the husband too. Well, he texted me first. I texted him back. Thank you for the friends, Shannon. Hope you have a great evening, you too. Have a great day, everyone. Read Rabbit Hole. Yes, that is what I did. So the first time I wrote the scene, she had not interfered, but everyone who's read it thinks she did. Yeah, I would assume that she did. Especially it's the response. I think that's all in the response, not I, said the cat. It sounds very sarcastic. So maybe change the response. I don't know if you didn't want her to be interfering. Speed writing. Yeah, there's a whole history about it. I think Bell and maybe Dean Leslie Smith talk about it. And I would think they're like the generation of writers that would have come after like Edgar Rice Burroughs and earlier people. So yeah, this is like, it seems like speed writing is something that's always been around. So, all right, that was the last comment. And I will be back again tomorrow with the 3 1 hour long sprints, about 3.5 hours. As a reminder, I won't be here on Wednesday. I've got my son's IEP meeting, and my brain's going to be dead after that. So you mentioned Romance Book Boss. How can I find them? Book Blast? Romance Book Blast? I think that's what you might mean. Actually, I just got the email from them. I don't know how I found them. How did I find them? Romance Book Blast. Okay, so if you just put romance book blast, because at romancebooklovers.com, I don't know if this is what I did or not. I don't think this is it. No, it is. Because let's come back to find your next romance read April 28th. And my book's coming out April 28th with their book blast. Okay, there it is. I thought there's some more here. I got so stunned being sick. Yes, you did amazing. Thank you so much. Can answer that one later. Total words a day, 1,299. Oh, that is awesome. You did really great. I got my total words is 102. But yeah. All right, we'll end it there. And yeah, you're so welcome, Paige. I don't know what I was gonna say. If you want to keep streaming or keep chatting with people and sprinting, and Inka is going next. I'm sure there's probably some other people on the spreadsheet down below. And you guys have a great night. Hope you guys all continue to mend for those who are dealing with headaches and sickness and everything like that, like me, and continue to get your productivity or whatever it is you need to do for the rest of the night. Bye, y'all.